Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing good. I'm still kind of sick, so hope you're doing good. Also, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. A little bit late, right? Since it's... Oh, maybe for some of you it's not too late, because over here it's already 26th December. But still, right? It could be Christmas somewhere. So, hope you are doing good. Hope you are having a wonderful... a jolly holiday season. So, heck yeah. Also, hi Jameson, hi Kaz, hi Dragon Mama, and hi Evie. It's a good girl stream. Oh my god. It's funny too because I feel like I've been extra good these days, especially for the next few days until next year, right? A certain how do I say this? Cage is back on until next year, so I'll say that much, right? I'll say that much. Thanks for the head pit. It is much better now. Oh, 15 minutes left there. Oh, it's still Christmas, so I didn't do much on Christmas since I was pretty much bedridden for the past few days. But looking at some of the posts online, right? Like some people having like festivities, you know, like exchanging gifts, very beautiful lights and something like that. It's like it's kind of cool, right? Even though over here or in this household we don't really celebrate Christmas at all, but it's nice to see people having like a good time because of Christmas. So I always love Christmas. My favorite. I mean, sure. Wait, I'm being spoiled on my end. I'll be sure to wear gloves because I'm a sick bowl. I don't want to be contagious bowl. Wear gloves, be safe, wash hands, right? A strong immune system? That's fair. We love a good strong immune system. Also, for yesterday, I was hanging out at Slash stream. It was really nice. Right? And then I decided to... I wouldn't say that I decided to reach out more, but I've been... Like, whenever... So back then, whenever people reach out to me and be like, hey, you wanna play some games together? I'm usually just be like, no, I'm good, I'm scared, or something like that. I feel like, at least for New Year resolution, might be a little bit early for this, but I remember mentioning this, but I do kind of want to not necessarily just reach out to people, but when people reaches out to me, I don't think I want to reject the invitation always, right? Yeah, I want to know people more and try to not reject too much of people's invitation, and maybe it could be good for branching out, also making friends, right? Something like that. Maybe I could do like a more with friends kind of stream, right? With someone on the stream other than just the one single kobold on the screen. I feel like that could be good, right? So I was thinking, if I do art stream, which I want to do more next year, I want to have a more consistent art stream next year, right? Where I can actually focus on doing models, and yeah, I mean I have a backlog of models that I need to make. when you're making friends, when it's comfortable around someone. Honestly, I'm not too sure. Also, hi Cedric. Oh, will you not follow this whole time? Hi Uncle. Thanks for the raid.
Hello.
Were you playing Kingdom Hearts? Boba, hi. Oh, thank you, Evie. You can do it. I remember seeing you fighting against... Who's the longsword man? The one has white hair, very long sword. I don't know who that is. But it looks like a very tough fight. I was there like last night watching you play. Sergas, hi. Hope you're doing good. Welcome. Also, Merry Christmas, even though it's kind of late. You just finished. Oh, you won against that person? Nice. Oh no, what happened? Also, welcome in, Raiders. I'm Tiara. I'm a Kobo. My brain shut down for a bit just now. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome. I'm still a little sick, so I might sound a little weird here, but I want to stream. It's been a while. You went from level 62 to 82? Oh my god. From fighting that guy? Heck yeah. Yep. Heck yeah. I also bought Megabonk last night and I played it for a little bit. It's so good. I played for how long? Let me check. Megabonk. I played for 2.1 hours last night. Holy. Farming to fight that guy. 4 to 5 hours of farming. Oh my god. Well, at least the farming worked. You won against that guy, so heck yeah. Congrats. Yeah, I was talking about like wanting to reach out. I don't think I can reach out, but I think what I should try to achieve is when people ask me if they want to do a stream together or want to play games together. I don't think I want to keep rejecting those kind of offer, right? I always feel too scared just being at people's stream because I feel like I'm being too intrusive when people are talking and I'm talking as well. I'm always have a fear of that, but maybe not, question mark? I don't know how I feel about that, but I think it's just my brain thinking too much about these sort of things, I would say. Maybe, question mark? I'm not sure, but only one way to find out. I'll try not to reject those kind of offers, and I do want to stream with friends a little bit more next year. So for art stream, I think I kind of want to invite a few friends of mine where we can do art together in a stream. I feel like that could be good. Right? That's one idea, right? It could also urge me to do art as well, right? Instead of me just trying to procrastinate forever and not wanting to do art forever. So that's one thing, right? So been thinking about these a lot lately because I feel like this year I didn't even really... I only finished one model, which is BB's model, so it's not very eventful, I would say. It's mostly just me venting and me talking about like all the stuff that I've been going through for the past few months. Especially this year has been a lot happening, so my mental wasn't the best as well. But I feel like next year I kind of want to change that, right? I kind of want to take action more so that I could tackle this financial situation, right? I want to try my best too. I wish I could do that, but it scares me. God, do I know that feeling. Yeah, like I did it a few times, right? Having multiple people on stream or me joining other people's stream, I would always be so afraid to just talk. Either there's too many voices or there's always like someone talking, I don't want to talk over them. Right? There's always a problem, so I don't know, right? I don't know. Maybe when chaos is happening, that's fine, question mark? I don't know, right? I don't know. Social anxiety? Exactly. It's just so scary. It depends on the culture. I think depends on like a very personal thing, I guess. Like it differs between people to people, I guess. Also, hi, Cares. Oh my god, Tekken. More Tekken. Welcome, welcome. Merry Christmas. A little bit late, Merry Christmas, but still, yeah. More dragon. More dragon is always nice. I like dragons a lot. Dragon good. Why can I not open up this closed caption thing? It wants me to log in. What? It needs me to log in. Well, I guess I'll... In year one? Honestly, me too. The rest is because they yip when talking. Well, I am constantly yipping, so that's pretty accurate, I would say. Also, it's the first time I receive like gifts online during Christmas, right? Some lovely individual decided to send me multiple Amazon items that I just need to key in my address so that they can send to my address and stuff like that. But my Amazon is like so fucked up, I don't know what I'm doing over there, so I need to like re-input all of the information over there, so... Nos días ako. Cheers to play. Well, you're welcome. I blame myself too. Should I? No. Yeah, I should. Look, I'm still so blur, and I think I think I made a mistake. Did I eat this? I think... Oh fuck, I eat this. No wonder I feel so blurred. So... I eat this cold medicine. And it causes drowsiness. Oh no! I shouldn't have eaten this. I thought I told myself not to eat this. Well, I ate it, so... It is what it is. If I fell asleep on stream, you guys know what's up, okay? Hopefully that won't happen. I didn't mean to eat that. I specifically told myself not to eat it, and I still ate it. Well, it is what it is. When Kobo brain is when Kobo brain doesn't work, this happens, I guess. Out here, I get an ace in the moon. I don't know. It's a skill. What? Ace in the moon? What does that mean? Yeah. It's okay. I probably won't fall asleep. Probably. I don't know. Probably. Asexual? That is like not appeal. Not interested in any in... Let me just Google it. A, someone who experienced little or no sexual attraction to others. Ah, right. Fornication? I'm on the spectrum, being demi. Oh. Ace, it's someone who doesn't like sex, but I don't know if I like it. I never had it before. I had zero experience when it comes to sexual stuff, so yeah. What's fornication? Fornication. In Malay? In the Bible? Adultery in Islam? What? Fornication is sexual intercourse between people not married. Oh. Oh. How are there so many words for sex? Excuse-moi, I never heard that word before in my life. I wouldn't say I don't like sex. I would say that I've never experienced it before. I couldn't say for sure. It's more complicated than that, just simplified. I wish I could kidnap the boat one night. God, I wish too, oh my god. Horizontal mamba? Horizontal mamba? A copulation, procreation, also other. The beast with 1 billion backs. Wow, that's kinda scary. How many backs can a beast have? You've done things to yourself and enjoyed it though? I guess that I guess doing things with a certain cage counts? Question mark? Maybe? Maybe? Hi Lex. Spotter. Hi Nick. Welcome. A million different ways to say sexy times. Your English is crazy. It does? Oh, okay. Then, if it does, then yeah. It counts then. Cage counts with the whoa. Okay. Give me a second. I gotta mute myself quite a bit today because nose, right? Okay. I'm back. Just need to experience it with others and see. It could still be ace, but only like it on your own? Probably. I don't know what's this chill music coming from or why, but it's soothing. I love Christmas music. Making Durgy sleepy? Well, you guys won't be feeling sleepy anytime soon. When I boot out Megabonk. But sleepy is good though. Maybe I do like sleepy. That sleepy is good. Especially after I eat that medicine. I'm so stupid for it. Why would I eat that? I mean, I told myself not to eat it. It's fine. I already eat it. There's no way I couldn't reverse. I couldn't reverse. I already ate it. It's fine. Mega boing. Oh, hey, I posted on my Blue Sky. Don't you guys see my newest art on Blue Sky? I showed it. It's so good. I love it so much. Sweet vibrations. God, I wish I can feel that right now. It's worth it to try at least try experiencing with someone you trust. New Year is cozy. Yeah, it's so cozy. It's so nice. I love that so much. I mean, I told her the idea that I had, right? I didn't think it would be this cozy, but once it's out, I was like, oh my god, that's cozy as fuck. Holy shit. It's like, whoa, I love it so much. Oh my god, it's perfect. Wow, right? It's also like sort of my first kinky art, and honestly, that's like perfect. Yeah. Also, I love how some of the reactions were like, "Oh, didn't think you were this kinky." It's like, well, I guess I can be pretty kinky at times. Wow. I mean, I'm okay with this. It just kind of makes me blush a little bit, I guess. I blush easily. Okay, I do. I would love to do stuff together. One of very few I'm interested in. Oh. Gosh, distance is such a pain. I thought you were more chested at first. To be fair, king is not typically called in casual conversation. True, it doesn't. I mean, that I don't think I'm the person to shove people about my kings. I don't think it's needed. I'll keep it to myself and some friends that I truly trust, right? Some people that I trust, I'll share the kings with them. But if not, I'm not gonna just be like, insert king here on my stream. It's like I don't think that's healthy. Right? I don't think that's healthy for both the stream and for the general vibe, I think. So yeah. Okay, we play. Well, you're lucky because I'm gonna blush a lot these days, I feel like. But yeah, this year has been on the slow one, I would say, right? This year, like, I'm looking at the time, and it's already December 26th, and wow, holy, right? Holy. This year, not much happened. I didn't do much, honestly. What I've been doing is trying to tackle this financial situation with the loans and shit, and I've been surviving, thanks to y'all. Right? And of course, me being here, being able to stream to an audience, it's always such a blessing too, right? And just, I get to be myself here. I get to be the kobold that I always want to be on stream, right? Even though when I'm sick, even though my voice is like this, it doesn't really feel like kobold. I don't know, right? I always feel insecure about my own voice, but you guys is like, oh, I like your voice and stuff like that. It makes me feel valid. It does. It totally did. It totally does. Makes me feel very valid, right? Honestly, before I use this kobold avatar, before I present myself as this kobold, I'm always like super insecure and scared of using my own voice to it, right? Because I'm always like, oh, kobold should be like this high pitched cute little thing, right? Or high energy, because my voice does neither, right? My voice is not really high pitched, my voice is not really energetic, my voice is not really chaotic. It's the exact opposite of ideal voice that is in my mind, but I guess I kind of made it work? Question mark? I don't know, right? I don't know. Nuptia's cozy voice, truly a very lovely voice. Your voice is more calming compared to high energy voices most streamers have. Love to hear you read a book. Oh, me reading a book? What's a famous book here? I heard about 50 Shades of Grey. I'm joking. I don't really read books as much, but I guess I could. You hate high energy? Oh, valid. Oh my. And Kobo very cute and blushing. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry. Love dragons to bits. Love dragon bits. Very chested. Chested? Let's make 50 Shades of Tira. Can talk non-stop and make me feel calm enough to snooze, cozy as fuck. Whoa. Wait, I do talk non-stop and then I'm making people snooze. Maybe I should give myself credit because I don't think a lot of people can do this. I just hope it's not the boring kind of snooze, but I feel I kind of want to... Give me a second. I'm back. I kind of want to have like... My voice is accompanying people without being too intrusive. And that they can feel like I'm there with them, question mark? Something like that? I mean, since I'm not really that high energy kind of thing, right? I'm not high energy, I'm not exactly like very... I wouldn't say that I'm not talkative. Maybe I am a little talkative in general. I mean, look at me, I can yap to a screen. Well, not really to a screen, I'm yapping to my chat here, right? And it kind of makes me feel really nice, honestly. It sounds like cheste? Cheste? Cheste. It's the thing a cage is supposed to make you. Cheste. True. Pony and the cheese, hi. Your socks? You like the leg warmers? Hey, yeah. Welcome. Merry Christmas. Even though it might be a little late, but Merry Christmas still. Well, I have something that I want to like at least make kind of a New Year's resolution. Maybe a little bit. I mean, a tad bit of New Year's resolution, not as much, but I kind of want to at least do a little bit, which is do more art. Actually, not just do more art, but I want to do a art with friends stream. I kind of want to do that. Yeah, I want to do that, and then more stream with friends kind of thing as well, right? Like my repo streams, like just streams with friends in general. I think those are pretty fun. I could do that more. Merry Christmas. I will drink. I should drink more actually. Right? Yep. I think that's an awesome goal too, and it seems possible too, right? I mean, I always want to be financially stable by doing this full time, but I don't think I can, for now anyway. So that's why I have like my Tuesday and Wednesday work. It is a little bit of money, not a lot, but it also helps with my current situation. So yeah, like being financially stable by doing this is like a dream goal of mine, but it's going to be tough, and I don't think I can achieve it anytime soon. But it's something that I want to work on, so I guess start slow, even though it's been almost 5 years. Wait, I've been here for 5 years, crazy, holy shit. Didn't do much, but I do kind of want to start making some changes. I want to start making some moves, I guess. Show me a move. Something like that. I don't know. Right? So something that I can start with is to maybe I wouldn't say branching out but it's more like interacting more with friends, something like that, right? Because to me personally, I've always been I always enjoy doing things on my own, Like stream, I like to stream on my own, and then nighttime I like to spend time on my own. But I think I don't want to change how my nighttime works, right? I feel like nighttime I still kind of want to reserve it for myself, something like that. But during stream time, like afternoon my time, I kind of want to I don't think I can reach out more. But when people reach out to me, I don't think I want to decline anymore. Maybe I can still decline, but not all of them. Right? I don't think I want to do that. So, hey, it's a thing. Right? It's a thing that I should take into consideration. Many legs, many pets. Wow. So yeah, I know I sound very weird today. Right? I hate when I'm sick. No one likes being sick, I'm pretty sure. When I'm sick and then talking requires additional energy, right? When talking requires additional energy, it just kind of hurts. I don't like it, but I want to be here, right? I don't think I want to lie on bed anymore. I don't think I want to lie on bed anymore. I hate it. You know where I'm licking? I know where you're licking, exactly. I'm 30, I am half an hour in, I'm already blushing like crazy. Oh man, I have to get Cage until next year. Oh no. Oh yeah, but also oh no. Alright, let's play some Megabonk. You guys heard nothing, alright? It's fine. Don't worry about it, you guys heard nothing. Oh wow, look, Megabonk, wow. The game is actually disgustingly fun. Like, I was so sleepy last night, but I didn't want to stop. I just want to keep playing this game. Also, look, the gun money is here, so I can buy something with my Steam money currently. So that's a thing that I could do. Oh, give me a second. My nose is very blocked. You gonna make it tough? Well, you know what? Please make it tough for me. I'm okay with, like, if there's some spicy thoughts or pictures they want to send, I guess it's okay. Only to those trusted ones, though. Alright, anyway, let me close this one. Boom. Alright, no more cozy vibes. It's time for Mega the Bonk. Bonk the Megabonk. Oh yeah, I have this. Why am I not using this? I don't know how loud it's gonna be. It's kind of loud. Give me a second. I have this Cryptic oil. Apply directly to nose. Eucalypto oil. Oh, okay, it's too much. Wait. Oh shit. Oh, I didn't mean to put that much. I'm okay. Write some for later. Thank you very much. Appreciate that a lot. think this is okay. Eucalyptus? Something like that, I think. Keep that away from bits too, unless you want extreme... Oh, extreme tingle? No. I don't think I want that. I'm putting everything on low, but I do want ambient occlusion. Alright, let's play some. So I played Fox only? Never knew it was that potent. I have no idea. It's the time of year for jingles, not tingles. I have center head, but I don't need that. I only got through tier 1, but I haven't got to tier 2 yet. I don't know why tier 2 is so difficult. I played 9 runs here, 1 run and I cannot win. Let's try tier 2 again. I love the 3D aspect of this though, right? It's essentially a 3D version of Vampire Survivors. I kinda like it, where you can just free roam like this. You can also essentially just dodge by jumping. Oh, free! Alright, golden is free. Am I lucky as fuck? First chest of the day, I already got legendary. Fox's character is cute as fuck. Yeah. You can eat so much spaghetti with this bad boy. Also crits have a 14% chance to become mega crits. Plus 15% crit chance and increase mega crit damage by 15% per stack. Excuse-moi. I don't know what happened, but I'll take it. Ooh, and I pick up range. Also, you can slide. The Moai whispers a single word. Nice. And give me XP gain. Well, I'll take it. Mega lucky first pull, I know, right? Let's get movement speed. Hi Zri, hi Brecky. Megabonk. Oh my god, Megabonk. Weird. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, even though it's a little bit late. Yeah. Wait. Oh my god. Wait. Didn't do much for Xmas, but thanks. Yeah, I didn't do much too. I'm okay with that. I was on the bed pretty much the whole day. I'm okay with it. It's okay. Nothing bad, honestly. I'm still kinda sick, so I sound weird. Crit chance? Thank you, Zui. Wrench. Oh yeah, also this is Vampire Survivors but Risk of Rain 2. It's such a cool idea, honestly. There's something else there. Oh. Makes tea for Kobo. I like tea. XP gain. What? When is a good day to play for you? Oh, you mean the RV there yet or peak, right? Any day for my stream day should be fine. So Thursday to Monday? Yeah. If you have any, I recommend giving Yark Survivors a look too. It's Kobo Family Survivor, less content so far though. It doesn't look like they are updating the game anymore. Also, I have the game. Game's super cute. Oh my god, Skook. Skook. Like, their last update was April. I was checking out the game last night too, it's like, oh no. I hope they'll bring back the game someday, like updates. Ooh, pickup range. Projectile bombs, I'll take it. I was hoping we get more love, right? It's such a cute game too. Like it's pretty well made too, right? I kinda like it. Monday works, okay. Size? If I get bigger, won't I be an easier target? Being able to swear and being able to yip and yak and swear is super fun, I know, right? It's such a unique idea. Oh, golden skeleton? Oh, it's projectile size. Hi, Snowwolf. Merry Christmas, Snowwolf. Hi, Bad Gamer. What? Holy crit chance? Damage. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Happy Crisis. Happy Crisis. I want this. My goal is to find... Oh yeah, the boss portal. Plus size, plus projectile speed. I want to get more crit chance. Whoa. Should I stay here? Also, high techno rodent systems. Welcome. Merry Christmas. I'm gonna jump down. Whee! I'm dead. I'm not dead. Power armor. I don't know what that is, but I'll take it. I like speed. Whoa, whoa. I'm dead. Oh my god, it hurts! I'm dead. Just sort of chilling. Heck yeah. Let's skip level out offers? Why? Hidden banana. Forbidden juice? Oh my god, is this the mythical cum jar? Milk? Yeah, it's actually just milk. Alright, let's try again. The music is pretty hype too. Oh yeah, I can slide. Like, yeah. Crit damage? Freezes and damage enemies in the area around you? Sure. Oh, projectile count is not gonna be good now then. Shield? Oh. Not the bees! What? Holy. The more I cough awkwardly and avoids eye contact, let's get evasion. And the strength of suck. If I get this, I should get size, right? Sword? Whoa. Might be a bad weapon choice, actually. Ay, 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 ay. Whoa. I'm okay. Oh, do you cut like 180? Do you cut 360? I guess you do cut 360. Size will increase those AU for those, okay. Oh, nice. I want to get size too. Oh, I already found the boss portal? Nice. Does projectile count? Maybe it works for the sword? Oh yeah, it does, okay. I should have gotten one. Right. Whoa. What's with the rock? South, hey, Luigi, Laga Luigi. Welcome. Merry Christmas. Damage size, sure. Oh. Oh, it's Ceribot ban. Oh, it's spam detected. I wonder what happened. Ceribot did it. What did you say? Oh, I'm curious now, actually. Nah, actually, I don't need to check. It's okay. It's a spam bot? Ooh. Spam bot will now stay a high before spamming? That's evolution right there, but backwards. Dragon Fire? Summon Dragon Fire when hitting enemies. Fire damage can now apply burn. Okay. But it's perfect, no? Yay. Oh. Electric shock to nearby enemies, okay. Size, okay. Ay, 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 ay. I want to take that. With the yellow poles, I just gonna go shower, enjoy the bonkage. Thank you, Evie. Have a good shower. I seem to have the weirdest luck when it comes to like stream. Like when I stream, I have like good luck, but when I don't stream like last night, I don't think I've seen the yellow. I don't think I've seen a yellow chest before. Only like one. Whoa. I cannot get up. Oh. Also, maybe my brain is too naughty right now, but when I see enjoy the bonkage, I immediately saw enjoy the bondage. It's like, oh no. My brain, oh no. Nice. You know what? I'm gonna be extra unhinged these days, so sorry not sorry. Oh my god, they're gonna get close to me. Elite spawn increase? Is this good? I mean, it's epic, I'll take it. Evasion luck? I'll take it. Ooh. Trying to find more shrines before I activate the boss portal. Clap their cheeks so hard it generates a lightning strike. Wow. I don't like the 10-second cooldown though, I'll take this one. Minus 5% max HP is okay, I think. Yo? Increase luck by 2% when opening a chest, increase chest price by 10%. How is that good? No way. I swear, it's that when I stream, I'm so lucky. Well, when I don't stream, I cannot get anything. Holy shit. Golden. Whoa. No way, what the fuck? Let's gain attack speed. I don't know. I don't know. I'm lucky. I don't know. Size. I like lifesteal. More duration. It's kind of weird how this fall damage, but I can also see why. Oh my god, no way. Oh, curse an enemy, dealing 30% of their max HP every second. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hell yeah. Holy, look at the size of that thing. Nothing can get close to me anymore. Projectile count. Increased luck, okay. I should slowly head back to the boss portal. What's that? Microwave? Random item of the same tier? Or to duplicate something? I'm good. The more I whisper a single word, meh. Crit chance? I get the forbidden juice? The more I cough awkwardly and avoids eye contact. Wow. More forbidden juice? And a boga? Yo? I should probably get a few I can afford. I want to get more movement speed actually. No time. Okay, there we go. Alright, spawn. Kill. Oh my god, they're getting destroyed. Defeat a stage boss in under 30 seconds. Well, I destroyed 2. Nice. 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 I'm getting all the rare ones. And the epic ones. I can stay here for a bit, right? I'll wait for them to push me in, I guess. Did you know Bong is also slang for having been sleeping with someone? Oh, I didn't know that. It's like just sleeping with someone or the bad kind? Oh, look at that. Nice. Oh god. Alright, time to go. Uh-oh, time to go, time to go. Yay! Actually kinda safe. No, I'm going. I'm scared. I like luck. Oh! Big damage. I want speed. I'll take it. I don't know what power multiplier does. I have no idea. Hi, Fluffy. I'm with you. Oh crap! I actually forgot to put you in. Oh my god. Wait, let me put it now. I'm actually so terrible. I was like, I want to put you in, and I immediately forgot. Right, give me a few moments. Let me do this real quick. dragon. Oh, you can put that? Oh. How heavy would dragon be? I mean, I want dragon to be like big. And then money. I mean, 999 is like the maximum. 2 gold, 2 gold is crazy. No, dragon definitely worth more than 2 gold. I like, you know, I'm feeling 800 actually. 10 feet? Well, I don't know how much is 10 feet. $10 feet in cm. Oh, that's big. So that's 3 meters tall. So 3 meters. I think that makes sense. Big Tekken. But this one looks small though, maybe not that much. Day. Right, we have a new dragon to fish. There. Sorry, I actually forgot to add you in after. Also, give me a second. I don't like being sick. Also, Merry Christmas. Hope you are doing good. Merry Christmas. Well, I don't know what adding difficulty does, but I think it's fine. Let me get some subs. We have to wait. Okay, I'll take it. Oh, 3 bosses? I'm dead? Okay. Oh, I'm doing a lot of damage to them. Okay, okay. This is fine. Oh, the music. Pets to make feel better. Thank you, Dragon Mama. Okay. Apply blood mark when hitting an enemy. What does blood mark do? Bleed? Oh, am I gonna get more boss? Holy, how many boss can I get? Okay. Thorns? I assume that means that the retaliation damage? More crazy. I'll do it. I don't know what difficulty increase does, to be honest. I'm just gonna keep getting it anyway. It says Shrine of Greed, and I'm kinda greedy. Okay, evasion. Oh my god, the sword is constantly attacking now. Okay. Well, that's why I like. Uh-oh. Ooh, crit chance, I'll take it. Am I a magician or am I a warrior actually with the sword? It's a Moai. The Moai not approvingly a rare honor. Oh! Upon taking damage that will kill you, freeze time breaks after one use. Zawarudo. Of course! There has to be a JoJo reference. Zawarudo. Tokyo Tomare. Oh. Boost movement speed upon taking damage. 5% movement speed gain. Okay. Turn into a healing zone. 2+ extra charge shrine for future stages. Might be a bit late on this, but I'll take it. Shield. Oh. Damage by 2.5% when opening a chest. Does it count for the previous chest? I'm getting sick too. No, am I being contagious? No. I'm sorry. No. Extra jumps. I can jump twice though. Oh, I can. Increase damage by 20% per 100 XP. 100 HP. Oh, so I'll get 20% I'll get 20% increase anyway. I never be sick of Kobo. But I feel like me being sick is being contagious. Still, I hope Breaky get well soon. More shrine. Damage to elite, I should get that. What is this? Shake Shush Bush? Shush the Sus Bush? Oh! What the fuck? 1.4 million? Am I dead? You can shoot guns? GG, what is this? No one told me about that. What the fuck is this? Hi Joanna. What? I cannot kill this. Oh no. Bush evil? It did say sus bush, so that's on me actually. Oh my god, it's so strong. Holy! Uh-oh. Oh. Well, that doesn't help my case, does it? This is fine. Holy shit, it hurts! I died. I actually died just now. Okay. More dragon fire, thank you. Okay. Okay. Come on. Oi! We killed the bush! I have to cough it out. I have to cough it out. Okay. Nice. We got the bush. Legendary sword. Wait, no time. Let's activate this. Cast blood magic upon hitting an enemy, damaging nearby enemies and healing you for 7.5%. 9-second cooldown. I'll take it. Oh my god. Chat bark. Oh shit. Whoa. Oh my god, I just got one shot. Well, at least we got the sus bush. New record? I'll take it. Oh, Bush is a character. Sniper? Oh my god. Kobo has a gun. I'm sorry if I gone for a bit over an hour. It's okay. It's all good. My voice is gone somehow. My throat feels weird. And Kobo is kind of health threatening. I know, right? You better be careful. I have gun. Schooling. Oh. Oh, anything need... Oh, I need to buy everything? Oh. Oh, give me a second. I don't know if I said that, but it's okay, Karis. There's no need to be sorry about that. Friend need help is very important. Alright, let's try again. The more I whispers a single word, meh. I like crit chance. I like shield. It fires multiple bullets at enemies? Sure. That seems really good. Oh, there's no piercing though. More shield? Nice. Ooh, I like projectile count now. Whoa. That doesn't look good. Throw button that returns the owner. I should get cooldown 2 always. I'll get more projectile count. Bone? Sure. Okay. Looking good. Well, the revolver doesn't do much damage, but it's fast. Ooh, crit damage and crit chance. Holy shit. I'll take it. Let's get on. I should get more damage. I should get this one. Oh my god, they got shredded. Nice. Alright, time to open up as much chests as possible. And saving up money actually works out now. Oh, airborne? I'll take it. Elite spawn increase? I still don't know what this does. I mean, it should be self-explanatory, but I don't know what changes here. I'll take it. XP gain. Projectile count. Plus crit chance. Okay. Reflect any incoming damage back to the attacker. Gain a short invul. Oh, okay. That's really good. Gold gain, I'll take it. Revolver can bounce now? Oh, that's gonna get crazy. I pick up range sometimes. The more I start beatboxing briefly, beatboxing? Let's get quick chance. I think the medicine's kicking in a little bit. I mean, I'm enjoying this game, but also the medicine is making me sleepy. It's too strong. The medicine is too strong. I'm gonna try like upgrading revolver to like really strong. I mean, gun good. Beefy ring? I'll take it, thank you. Hey, the Shrine of Suck. Give. I like the Shrine of Suck. Let's get revolver. Attack speed. Projectile jump. Okay. Fire stab. Uh-oh. Cooldown. More cooldown. Okay, max HP is good now. Yeah, they're just getting shredded now. More beefy ring? Heck yeah. The more I whisper a single word, yikes. Yikes. Projectile bounces, I'll take it. More projectile bounces? Oh. Oh, give movement speed. Attack speed? Hell yeah. I should get more max HP. Oh. I'm so paper. Nice. Okay. Projectile count and speed? Sure. Attack speed? Alright, let's summon the boss. Oh, thank you, Evie. Look at Becky. Very cool Tekken. You get shredded. Oh, nice. I should stay here for a bit. I assume I can get silver just by standing here. Oh, they're gonna get past this. Oh wow, okay. Oh, I already got reflected. Ooh, there we go. Nice, okay. I get so much money. I'll get more shield. I kinda wanna get more turbo socks. I detect Castlevania Bloodline bequeathed in this song. I never played Castlevania before, so I have no idea. Maybe it's heavily inspired. It's a big pickup range increase. I'll try to get more shield. The more I start speedboxing briefly. Okay. The more I cough awkwardly and avoids eye contact. Oh my god, let's get evasion. Crit chance, damage, or evasion. Let's get more evasion. Maybe I can survive with the evasion. Nice too. I'm getting another Bolgar here. Duration? Damage to elite? I'll just get damage in general. Shrine of Suck. I'll take it. Music is cool in this game. I know, right? The music is really heckin' cool. That's why I'm not opening up my own music, because I want to listen to this one. Hi, Broken Fish Dragon Bird Tree. Oh. Plus 2 thorns for every 1% armor and gain 10% armor. Okay. More projectile bounces, okay. I'm not too afraid of swarms now, I'm just afraid of bosses, I guess. Yeah, like those hard to kill ones is gonna be a big problem. Might be a bad idea to do this. Definitely gonna need more damage here. Increase damage, okay. Projectile speed and damage, okay. Thanks for the leg set. Okay. More stuff. Oh, Schnick. I'll do it. Oh, no damage on? One chest is so expensive though, it's crazy. Projectile speed? Attack speed? Ow. Plus 1 chance to proc on hit effect. On hit? Not too sure what that means, but I'll take it. Maybe I can summon the boss now? Yeah, let's summon the boss. 4. Oh no. Oh, when there's a swarming coming? Oh, this is such a bad timing. Oh, that's a lot of damage increase up there. Yay. While airborne, I get damage increase. Yeah, good chance. Just get it. Oh my god, they're so chunky. Wait, how many bosses do we have? Oh. Did we complete Forest Tier 2? We did! I think Jeremiah enjoyed Rise of Rain 2. I have almost a lot of hours of Rise of Rain 2, I think, with mods too. Rise of Rain 2 is really fun. Uh-oh. Nice. Yo! I had a few times where I crashed the game with Rise of Rain 2 because I didn't want to end the run. It's so good. I like it when games allows people to just break the game, honestly. Survive? Oh, cannot go. Oh! Like with Rise of Rain 2, I love when I get one red item. When I get a ceremonial dagger, pretty much means the game's over. Somebody just sees how long we can survive, right? Oh, here comes the strong ones. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, they're just pushing me. I don't like that, I don't like that. Yo! Holy! They're zooming. Holy, okay. Can't even get 2 minutes in. Nice. A monk? The robinet? Oh, holy crap. The man's is making me dizzy. Aye. Time metal. Welcome. Merry Christmas. I should drink more. Mama. Oh, I want this. Just the right amount of silver. And saying that is gonna get me so excited though. %50 more damage to elite and apostles. Ooh. Increase enemy apostle hitting them. That's pretty good. I think. Oh gosh. I mean, I want to stream more, but I think I can go for maybe like 1 or 2 runs. Imagine replying to a Telegram on stream. Heck yeah. Oh, we try tier 3 now? We try tier 3 now. Ooh. Difficulty this early on? I'll get shield. When Kobo is sick, it's unavoidable if you start feeling sick. Yeah. I mean, I just kinda want to stream a little bit longer. I like being here. Whoa. Oh. Holy owl! Right, we could. Maybe I should get silver too. Yeah. Tiny bracelet. Oh. I couldn't move just now. Ooh. No, only one weapon? This is kinda bad. I think blood magic right now will be good for early on. One projectile count. Yeah, let's get this one first. Okay. Okay. Lucky bone? Sometimes it's just being a bolt is so lucky. Not much explanation there. Lucky bolt. Make up range. Two golden chests? Okay. The golden chest is free, right? Yeah. Ooh. This one. Oh, Yankee beat me. I still don't know what blasting the music does, but I'll do it anyway. I thought it's gonna like taunt the enemy, but not really. Lightning stuff? Whoa. A swarm now is so bad, actually. Maybe not, though. Ay, 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 ay. I'm stuck, I'm stuck. Okay, we came back from that. We came back from that. Very, very nice. It's kind of funny how there's so many like internet words here. Like stones, protect, big boy, something like that. The internet words in this game. I kinda like it. It's not like excessive usage, it's just there, right? Like, you see some of them, it's like, oh yeah. Nice. Oh, nice. Let's get more projectile cannon. Speed. Give. Speed is so good. I think size could be good here for the lightning. Yeah, for the lightning, size is good. Still have time. We can go explore more. Need to get more shrines like this. Yeah, extra jump is pretty good actually. Extra jump helps me avoid things a lot, so I'll take it. More? Okay. Get a jail-free card like that. Drake has placed order for Neo 1 for magic. Ooh, a magic one. If stupid fun is going to give a gift card, we use them for magic. Yeah, exactly. We love magic here. I need to want myself more. Nothing wrong with that, right? Just wanting myself more, yeah. The magic. The Kobo loves magic, right? It doesn't mean anything else. Oh, speed. Oh. Summon. I'm doing crazy damage. Holy shit. I'm gonna get hit. And I gotta reflect. So lucky. Woohoo! Maybe I should get the speed tool. Shit, and I killed it. Come on. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm a little bit scared. Oh, there's a big bird right outside my window. Wow. The more I whispers a single word nice, I got a giant fork. Of course I'm gonna take it. Oh my god, the music. Evasion. I've been spoiled. Oh my god. Hey. Boop. Let's get my ice crystal. Okay. 20% chance to inflict ice damage when hitting enemies. Ice cannot freeze enemies. Okay. Isn't that just perfect? Nice. Oh, big bonk. Kind of stuck. That's literally what it's called, Shrine of Suck. I need movement speed. Whoa. Whoa. Let's get this one. Oh, don't do the bush. I don't have moldy cheese, so this is really bad. I'm not doing a lot of damage, am I? I should go find the shady guy again. I don't remember where the shady guy is. Oh no! Whoa. Oh my god, I died airborne. That's crazy. That is crazy, snipe. I did unlock anything? Oh. Speed boy. Upon taking damage below 50% max HP, slowdown time and deal 2 times damage. Ooh. The faster you move, the more attack speed you gain, max 40% per stack. Whoa. I know Fox is fun, but I suggest getting a robot guy to stage 2. Now if they have a scooter? Robot guy? Sir Ufi? Calcium? Or Clank? That looks pretty robot. Monkey. I have no silver to unlock them though. Crap. Gain 1 armor per level. Oh, gain 1.5% luck per level is crazy. No wonder I can get like so many good lucks towards the end of the game now. I know robot guy in stage 2 is recommended, but what if you did a completely random one? Can I completely random everything? You gonna go into woods too just so you unlock desert? Well, I know silver, so... Let me try this guy. 55k left till I can redeem the sculpture, which is also why next year I want to focus more on art as well. Yeah. I'm playing Dang Souls now. Whoa, I'll take it. Damage. I'll keep in mind. I'll not clank next run. Oh, you can skate on sword. Wow. Maybe Thorns is good. Nicely. Do we even need projectile speed? No, we need damage. Could have done one life steal actually. Merry Christmas, sweet. Oh, it's a sus bush. Whoa, that's a lot of enemies, I didn't even notice. Yeah, let's get some lifesteal here. Woohoo! Yeah, I need to get more weapons. Oh. Oh no! The music! the music! This is hard. I got 8 silver. Is enough? I think that's just enough. Okay. Mostly just suggesting so you can unlock. I'll personally only play Fox if I could. Yeah, I understand. So, teleport to the second stage on first tier towards Clank. Okay. Die upon taking any damage or touching an enemy. What the hell? Oh no? Kill all the bosses? Oh shit. What the fuck? What to do? I don't know. I'm sorry, like I don't know what to offer. Oh? Oh my god, wait, character theme? The more I looks away in quiet disapproval, and he gave me an ice cube? Let's get pickup range. Oh, you have less health but more armor. Gold game. Two shrines in a row? In two shrines together? Ooh. Okay. That's pretty good. Let's get some luck. Getting a little evasion though. Nice. Whoa. Oh my god, damage! The more I shrugs, a fair and balanced judgment. Get more moldy cheese. The Moai nods approvingly, a rare honor. I want love. Shrugs, fair and balanced judgment. I'll take this one. As much as I want speed, I think that one could help a lot. But the chances to get turbo socks is a lot higher, I think. Beefy ring? That's not gonna help. But it helps a little bit, okay. Okay. I mean, XP gain is always nice. Evasion size damage. I'll banish one here. I'll banish this one. Precision knockback? I want movement speed though. Refresh. HP precision aura. No. Oh no. Guess I'll get projectile speed. Yeah, maybe projectile speed is good. I want this. Epic is better than rare, right? What is it? Hi. Thanks for the heck. There we go. Agility. I like it. Merry Christmas. Hope you're doing good. more projectile speed then. That's pretty good. These three is not that good. Chunkers? Summon chunky rocks that orbit around you. Oh. I guess I can give it a try. It's the myth. Oh, don't mess with the bush. Is Chunkers doing anything? What? Holy. A rare honor? Let's do... Yeah, let's get beer. Jump height, XP gain, evasion. I'm dying. I think Chunkers is a really bad choice, but I didn't have any other weapons I can choose from. Crystal. Mars, oh my god, dragon. Merry belated Kobo, how's the bonking? Bonking is going pretty well. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, dragon. Hope you're doing good. Welcome. Needs projectile count and speed for revolver. I guess I am doing a lot of damage here. Nice. Doing fine, yeah? Yeah, good to know. I'm still trying to recover. Off this one. I should probably head back to the... Yeah, time to go. Come on. Whoa. Oh, we got one. Nice. Nice, we got it. And next one. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. 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 Oh! Okay, okay. That was so scary. The cowboy music is so hype though. Oh. Evasion's good. I don't even know how much evasion I have now. Double Shrine of Suck? Suck. I'll use one. I love movement speed. Let's get this one. Gain luck. I like luck. Uh-oh. Oh my god, it's so floaty. Nice. Spicy meat. That's a bomb. Attacks have 25% chance to explode, dealing 65% damage to surrounding enemies. Oh, that's really good. What if I have 100% evasion? How do I get up there? I'm late on that, but I'll take it. Ooh, I like ice crystal. Oh yay. Oh, this is fine, I think. Oh no. Woohoo. Yeah, I should focus on getting, focus on dealing more damage now. I didn't even handle the first boss still. Oh my god, that hurt. I think I'm dead. Come on. Okay. That's gonna help a lot. Where's the boss? Oh my god, I don't even know where the boss is. Is it that one? Why? Oh my god, I got destroyed immediately. I'm too soft. I can't even get touched. This game kind of reminds me of Race of Rain 2 in a way, at least. Oh yeah, I feel like this game is like very heavily inspired by Race of Rain 2, yeah. Rips off Kobo. Kobo is pepper. I'm paper. Using an interactable summons ghost. Ooh. 10% chance to open chests for free. Ooh. The longer you stand still, the more damage you do. That's not that good. Cobalt very squishable. Want to squish the cobalt gently. This cobalt loves to get squished. A lot. End up being squished a lot too. Oh. I should drink more water. I think the medicine is kicking in. Oh my god. I'm so sleepy. I think I can only do one more run. I might have to go sleep. The medicine is too strong. Hi Roxas. Squish under big dragons, exactly. Do you think extra screen on the back of the phone is too extra? Squeak, smoosh, wait, Mars is poo toy? I've always fantasized myself being a poo toy sometimes as well. Oh, balloon! That's also cute, oh my god. I'd love to be a poo toy someday. Maybe, a little bit. But I feel like a screen at the back of the phone is like not... It's not too intuitive, isn't it? I mean... Your hand's gonna get hot if you hold your phone with a second screen at the back of the phone. Recommend being a shiny, squeaky, creaky cutie, definitely. Yeah. Would love that. I wanna try another tier 3 run again. It's only 1/4 from the camera part. Then I don't think that's as useful at all. To me, that's kind of a waste of money, I would say. Squeaky balloon bold. More snuggly, no? I feel like me being a plushie or poo toy would be very snuggly. I like that. Oh, nice one to get phone mostly for gift and back camera selfie. Oh, but I feel like it's too extra. Well, to me personally, since I'm like so like I live in a rural area and I feel like I'm very like minimalistic, question mark? No, I don't think I'm very minimalistic. I mean, but then again, a screen at the back of the phone might be a little bit too extra. Very snuggly? Yeah. Gosh, I'm gonna attract so many dragons. I'm gonna get snuggled so hard. Less than Samsung? Then up to you lah if you want to buy lor. Right, I don't know the pricing, right? I'm only sort of giving my own opinion based on what you told me, right? without knowing the price still. XP game. And 3K now, Christmas discount 500. Isn't that sounds like a little bit too good to be true? Cheap one but isn't using the popular GPU? Oh, I don't know anything about that. I mean, with my phone knowledge, I don't know. I don't know what kind of phone is good, what kind of phone is bad, or what kind of like technology the phone is using. Yeah, I know a little bit about AMD and Nvidia, but not the phone stuff. Like, people tell me what their phone are using, it's like, oh, what are those? Get a blue phone? Should get a split phone? It's too expensive. I can't even pay for like basic necessities right now. I don't think I can spend money on extra like phone stuff. Need to save money. Nice. That's okay. I feel like bow is like not that good. I still didn't plan on spending because I'm still not sure I'm gonna get picked for the partial, but phone break. I mean, that's just an unfortunate circumstance though. Maybe bow is good. Oh, give me a second. I'm gonna mute myself for a bit. I am back. Bow is surprisingly alright. Need a partial. I mean, with the current economy, it's just kinda, it's just so hard to like save anything. Oh, bow shoots kinda fast, holy shit. Ow. I'm so paper, it feels like. Oh my god. I don't think I'm surviving this. Foxhole? Yeah, it's a constant bad phase. Okay, this is really bad, I'm dead. I got so lucky actually. Okay. I'm gonna get the poker. I need the poker. Lucky. A magician with gun? Well, don't know how, but I somehow survived that one. Let's clap your cheeks. Cast bullet spell, exactly. I want attack speed and movement speed now. Nice. Spicy meatball. Oh, I'm somehow surviving. Oh my god, what hit me? Okay. This is gonna be so spicy. Here we go. Okay. Slurp glove. Okay. Oh no. Shield? Maybe I should get shield. Yeah. No attack speed, that's fine. I have quantity and movement speed now. triple epic. Mirror good. Whoa-oh, whoa-oh. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, 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 ay. So bad. Oh my god, they're just stomping on me. Oh, one more? Sure, why not? I should get back to the thing. Nice. How many was that? 5? 5 bosses at once? Whoa. Come on, spicy meatball, do it. Yes, sir. Take this. Nice, we got all of them. And we got moldy cheese. Okay. Okay, 2 ice crystals. That's really good. Need to get movement speed. I had to get back really quickly now. That's a suck, and I need to suck. Okay. I never see what I got because I got distracted and look away. Sounds like me a lot of times as well. And some of the bosses. It's gonna be like 6, I think? 5? 5. Oh, this is so scary. Alright, here we go. Anyway. Uh-oh, I went into it. I'm too late. I'm not doing nearly enough damage here. There's so much more tankier than I thought. This is really bad. Uh-oh. Did I do it? Go! Oh wait, I did one more. I thought I did it. I thought I thought I killed all of them. Ah, that was so close. I could have done it. Demonic blade. Shop item vanish. Ah, that was so close. Find and activate all the boom boxes on forest. Oh wow, okay. It's so expensive. And crits have a 25% chance to heal. Earn money by moving around. Okay, that's really good. I feel like I can go through tier 3. Let's do one more. I think I can do one more. Yeah, that last part, that last part woke me up a little bit. Oh, different music. No. Okay, Bo, we get it. I trust Bo. I really need movement speed for this game. Damage to elite. This might be dumb, but I'm actually I want to activate every single thing that I can find. Be it like upping the difficulty or something like that. I just want to activate everything. Okay. Okay. Armor? Maybe I should get armor so that I'm not too tapered. I still don't want power up multiplier maidens. I'll just get crit damage. Oh. Go with game. I should probably focus on getting more silver. It feels like that's a bad idea, but I'm doing it anyway. Thank goodness I got a moldy cheese now. Nice. Okay. Nice. Oh my god. Okay. The game is helping me a lot now. Maybe with this speed I don't need to get the agility 2 anymore. Would be nice, but... I don't know what size does exactly for the weapons, but it looks like bow needs it. I think nice. Proc on hit effects. I don't know what that does. I'll skip this one. Yeah, I don't need to get movement speed anymore. It feels like this is good enough. Let's get shield. Most is projectile, but fireball also has a small explosive radius when it hits. Oh, then that is really good then. I'm gonna get this one. and clap their cheeks so hard. Spicy meatball. I like spicy meatball. The more it gives you a thumbs up, you didn't even know it had thumbs. Oh my god. Dragonfire? You can eat so much spaghetti with this bad boy. Crit had 14% chance to become mega crits. Plus 15% crit chance and increase mega crit damage by 15% per stack. So, crit or dragon? I mean, of course I have to choose dragon. Is that even a question? Stop. I will always choose dragon whenever possible. Ooh. What if 2 gloves? Yeah, dragon. Dragon always. Oh. It's not gonna help, I feel like. Yeah, I should probably head back now. Or by that, I mean, I'm gonna go activate the portal. Okay, okay, maybe size is really good. Look at that. Shrine of Suck. Oh. Oh my god, they got shredded! Okay. Power gloves. 8% chance upon hitting an enemy to create a giant blast, damaging and knocking away enemies. Okay. I'm a lucky bulb. That might be too late now. Shit. Oh my god, it's so far. Take this, take this. Just, yep. Here we go, here we go. Kill, 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 kill. Get him, get him, get him. Ow. Get melted. Oh shit. I'm a glass cannon. Hell yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. We might be able to stay for a bit. Alright. Gonna clap your cheeks. Shiny. And the legs. Let's hold until the strong one comes in. The strong ones are the black ones, right? Yeah, the black ones. Oh, nice. I've been spoiled by Tekka. Oh. Get ready to leave? Okay, actually, I need to leave. That's so scary. Alright, tier 2, tier 3, second stage. I love getting spoiled by Tekken. Hydrate and stretch. Oh yeah. I missed it. Thank you, Tekken. I blush way too easily, come on. Oh my god. I still remember my first time meeting with a dragon in real life. Like, well, a friend of mine in Singapore, right? So we all went to Firm, and then I get to meet him, and then I didn't know it was him at first, and then after another friend told me about it, hey, do you know that's the dragon? Yeah, that's the dragon. He pointed me at them, it's like, and then I saw him, and then he waves at me, and a sudden realization of who that is. I suddenly, like, my entire face went bright red, and then everyone just points at me and it's like, oh my god, this brand. Like they were all in shock as well because my face immediately went bright red so easily. It's like whoa, hey. Yeah, I blush very easily. I think that's kind of a skill of mine, I guess. Kobo melt, exactly. So yeah. Not approvingly, Red Honor. Let's get more damage. A dragon waving at you. I like it when dragons waving at Kobo. I think it's funny too because that particular dragon that I meet during at Forum is the one that I really look up to. And then suddenly people told me that, hey, that's him. It's like, whoa. It's Terrex actually. Like, I'm glad to be friends with him, man. Kill this thing fast. I don't like this skill. I don't like being sniped by the... Yeah, like that. No! I didn't see that. I think the flame boots is too much. That made me not able to see at all. Maybe the flame boot is a bad idea. But we get 25 silver out of this. And give Kobo shiny? Well, I'm gonna steal it and it's mine now. Morning, Peter. Merry Christmas. Even though it's a little bit of a late one, but still, Merry Christmas. Hope you're doing good. Flame Boot is so good with duration, but yeah, transparency needs to be more on it. Yep, I cannot see anything just now. Combo edition +1? Shit, I can't stop. More. Defeat the first stage boss in under 6 minutes as Fox? I don't believe it. I can do it. One more, she says. Yeah, I did. I cannot help it. Kobo wants to play more. This music is very SNES-like, I like it. I should try banana. Maybe banana is good. I think you should get always get one extra jump. I still like the agility too. These are scary. The more I judges you and find you mildly acceptable. Jump up, jump up. I think size for banana would be very good here. Nice. Let's get damage too. I like the Shrine of Suck. I think Bow is good here. Yeah. Get Bow. It has like... It shoots pretty fast, I would say. Yeah. How can I not take damage? Don't question it, just take it. I'm not doing any damage here. Oh yeah, airborne. Holy owl. Banana actually helps a lot, I feel like. Yeah, banana just goes through them. The more I looks away in quiet disapproval. Why? What did I do? What did the Kobo do, huh? Oh my god. Okay. Nice. Oh my god. Crit chance is good. Woohoo! Let's get more projectile power. I'm getting bigger banana. Oh. Hey. I'm just jumping. How there's so many shrine of suck? It's okay, I like suck. Hi, Merp. Sorry. Hope Merp is doing it fantastic. Also, Merry Christmas. I wasn't online as much for the past few days. I was very sick, but today I'm feeling much better. Oh, that heals really fast. Okay. Merpy Christmas? Minutes should be fine. Merry Yipmas? Exactly. It's the Yipmas. Ooh, I like XP game. Banana feels very strong actually. Should have trusted in banana. Mildly acceptable. More XP. Cough up awkwardly and avoid eye contact. Let's get beer. Epiku? Oh my god, there's so much banana. I cannot even see anything now. Actually, too much banana. Hi, Tikaka. Oh my god, you're the boat friend. Epic banana. Welcome, Tikaka. I'm still recovering, so I might sound weird. Oh my god, Yaki Piki. How? Holy! I got destroyed in 1 second. That's not even 1 second. Mary, stuff yourself with leftovers day. Mary, yip, mastikaka. I wanna play. I need to at least get to get to second stage, no? Calcium? Heck yeah. So far I only played Fox only. No bias. Wonder if there's modding in this game. Keyfest, Noom? Oh yeah. Each level up grand. Oh wait, no, it's not level up. Each moment that he's not taking damage, Calcium just gets faster and faster, right? Let's get this one first. Hi, Nina. Happy holidays, Nina. Welcome, welcome. Merry Christmas. I heard there will be a co-op in Megabonk at some point. Oh! Whoa. Evasion. Evasion. Good. Okay, I'll take it. I want to activate everything. I want to touch everything. Kobo's gonna touch everything. I got ooh. Oh. Oh, I found the portal. I found the suck. Get the suck. Oh, yeah. Keep shiny. Oh, very shiny. Oh, thank you. Thanks for the 3 stream streak. Thank you, Tikaka. I believe it. Oh my god, I'm gonna dig. Oh. Big shine. Okay, that's good, that's good. Oi! I want that shine. Let's get shield. I'm scared. Okay. Oh no. I don't know why I won actually. I should take more weapons instead of just having just one. Ay, 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 ay. Oh, I got stuck on top. I got stuck on top. I cannot believe it. That one doesn't count. Time to cook. Tier 3 is tough. Hi, Zio. Welcome, Zio. What if I just get this? Yeah. These like XP items really easy to get. Kobo Swarm. Oh, the Kobo? Oh, XP Tube is good. I could give it a try. I love quantity. How's everyone's holidays? Mine was a little bit weird because I got sick, but it's all good. Sandwich grill? Ooh. Cool. Sandwich. Okay, pick up range. Attacks. Also function as an indoor grill top. Ooh. Oh, I'm gonna clap the cheeks now. Woohoo! Nice. Golden bone. Oh, look at... Wee! Am I dead? Nope. No strength again. Human family stuff. Yeah, that's very understandable. My mom went to coaching, so yeah. She went back to her hometown. Yeah, hometown. The art? I already shown you the art? Oh, take this. Damage? It melted. Oh, I don't want to mess with the bush. I'll take this one for now. It's the suck. Yeah, let's get going. Ay, 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 ay. Let's get shield. I like shield. Chocolate from Crimbus? It's all gone. I may have shared you the arts. Okay, I'll look at the art after. Thank you, Seal. I wanna get speed. I need the agility. I need the agility too. More suck? If suck. Jump high? I want speed, I want speed. This is too slow. The faster you move, the more attack speed you gain. Yeah, let's get this one. Hey Juno Scout. Welcome. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. That's a lot of tikri. Mini tikri. Oh. Megabonk said there's no retry button on the summary screen. Oh yeah, you have to like choose the thing again. Oh, is that no? I thought there is. I actually have no idea. Press tab for the map. Oh, R2, okay, okay. Oh, wow. I also get Tikri's on name the Kobo streamer in. Yeah, Tikri. No. Duration? I keep going, wait, why are people talking about my OC child? Oh. Okay. Just a tiny bit tank here. There we go, finally.
What you're doing right now, Kobo, but you better yip for me for the next 2 minutes.
I gonna yip. Kobo will do a sick boat yip. Oi! Oi! Ay! I can yip. Oh god. Oh my god, get shredded.
Yip, 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 yip,
Yip. Yip. I can yip. I should summon it now. Ew. Yeah. I didn't mean to yip like that. Oh my god. Holy shit. I don't know what happened. Why did that destroy my throat? Also the broken English. Okay. Yeah, no problem. Oh. Yo. So every time I beat the boss, the boss will give like 3 magnet one. Take evasion.
I think I need more speed now. I want to become car. What if Kobo can become car? Kobo what car? I feel like I'm drunk now. Because of the medicine is like actually kicking in. Well, it was kicking in hours ago. Get in. I pressed the wrong button. Almost died because I pressed the wrong button. Hiya. Being silly. No? Oh. It's raining very heavily outside, so I thought there's 2 shrines together. Yeah. Get crit chance. The more I judges you and finds you mildly acceptable. And give me mirror? Yeah, mirror. Mirror is pretty good. Why statues are discriminating against discriminating you? Maybe. I mean, I'm not a stone, so I'm not stoner, but I like stoner. As a couple, I like rock. Rock good. You give 1 rock, I give 1 time. Actually kinda hard to just eat one time only. Mildly acceptable. Give me moldy cheese. I still don't know what power up multiplier is now. I'm just gonna take this one. I think this one is more... That one better, I think. Actually, I don't know. All I know is my nose is like so blocked and it's so bad. Don't you hate it when your nose is like entirely blocked off? It's like, I'm a bit sick. But it is what it is though. At least I feel much better than the past few days. I'm not entirely like bedridden. We got him. How bad are the cold? Kind of bad, I think. Another goal? Yeah, I think the cold was kinda bad. Wait. Uh-oh, it's happening again. I got kissed. You cannot get kissed in this game. You get hit once, you lose all the momentum and you die. I found the problem. You get hit once and then you lose entire momentum and then you cannot just dodge. No. I always feel like whenever I get hit once, I die immediately. And I think I know what's the problem here. Because you whenever you get hit once, right, and then you lose your entire movement, momentum, and then you just like get hit for 200 times at once and then you die immediately. That's a bit of a problem, I would say. I really cannot play anymore. As much as I want to play more. Oh, I'm getting dizzy. Yeah, no, I'm good. At least I'm glad to be able to stream for a little bit here, right? Even though I'm like super sick. I feel happy. Let me just put them one away.
Yip
Okay.
yip.
Take EP times and rest well. Go get rest. I will. No, Kobo will rest. What's going on? Why is my Twitch not logged in? I think Celeste. Wait, no. I wanna raid. I need to log in first. The stupid Twitch is suddenly logged out for some reason. Yeah, Twitch being dumb. Hi, Breen. Hope you feel better. So cute. Thank you. Oh shit, where did I put my... I think this is my password. Boop. Been lurking, thank you. Oh, username does not exist, I forgot. Oh my god. Oh my god, hey. Enter the code for your mobile phone. A code which is sent over to your phone ending in 6. I'm not receiving it. Also, give me a second. I'm gonna mute myself for a bit. Twitch Dum Dum. Resend code. Like, what to do if they don't send codes to my phone? How dare technology bully you? I know, right? Gosh. Code generator app? I mean, it's like I need to log in and then I need like a OTP. Yeah, evil technology. I couldn't log in anymore. Ulti? Can I try ulti? Hi Evans. And the Xmas 3 or 4 is, I hope. Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of me being sick, but it's all good. What if I type this? Oh, that worked! I got in! How'd you get logged out of Twitch when you're using Twitch? I know, right? I mean, my OBS is not logged out, but my Google browser is logged out for whatever reason. Oh my god, Celeste is streaming! I wanna rate Celeste again. Google be googling, I know, right? Google Dum Dum. Twitch have been so busted lately. I mean, considering that Twitch has been protecting a lot of people that is supposed to be in jail, I guess that's why. Have a nice rest of the day. Thank you, Brecky. They're trying to use air code and stuff. Yeah, that could be one as well. It's very scary. I don't know. I'm scared. Oh, Twitch being dumb. Okay, let's raid Celeste. I wanna raid Dragon. Oh no, let me plug my stuff real quick. Okay, there we go. I have coffee. Coffee helps. Coffee nice. Coffee. There's a monthly subscription thing for coffee. As long as one per month, that helps a lot, right? Something like that. And I also have a Discord channel. Bye. Hi Ixon, wake up more Tekken. Hope you have a good day night. Drink plenty of water and take your meds. Yeah, I will. I need to. Discord good. I've Dragon Simping Corner there, and I announced my stream stuff over there as well. So, yeah. Cozy, wonderful Kobo. Well, I don't think I'm as wonderful today since I'm being sick like this, but I try. Megabonk was really fun though. Heck yeah. I think I'm just gonna go for the usual raid message here. I want RP's phone dragon. Here's the raid message. But of course you guys can use whichever emote you guys want. It's totally fine. Okay, the tie. Oh fuck. I don't think I can do that now. I can barely walk. Let me refund that. I should pause that one. That's on me. Okay, done. That works. Alright, let me type in the rate to Celeste. There we go. I type in the rate. I'm gonna go raid out and I'm probably gonna go rest for a little bit. Oh, I need to lie down and maybe, yeah, rest sounds good. So I think tomorrow I kind of want to stream more, so maybe a shorter one. If I feel better, then maybe I can stream longer. I don't know. Yeah, I will. Thank you, Tikaka. Okay, so before the raid, Kobo wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Kobo loves y'all, alright? And here comes the raid to Celeste the Dragon. Celeste the Dragoness. Hiya. I'm gonna get uppies. I've been spoiled. Yeah. I'm okay, I think. Well, I think I'm gonna press the right now button. So, yeah. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care, everyone. Kobo loves you all. Mwah. Take care. Bye bye. Take care. See y'all tomorrow. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.